gonna try the mic again, so just let me the ding the bell again. So let me know if you're
Sorry?
hearing. I'm going to try the bell again, so let me know if you're hearing.
Is this good?
Are you hearing it? Did you hear it?
No, it's not audible.
Okay. All right. I'll just audibly communicate the time then.
We're ready.
Yes, I am.
Yes, we're ready.
Yes, I am.
Yes, we're ready. Hello, good morning, and welcome to the second semi-final of the
Yes, I am.
Public Secondary
Yes, we're ready.
Competition 2023. In this debate, we have Campion College in proposition, and in opposition, we have WOLMER'S boys. The motion to be debated is, this House believes that Jamaican citizens should be given the right to unrestricted beach access. I'll be the chief adjudicator for this match, and I'll be joined by two capable panelists who I will invite to themselves. No. Najani?
Good morning, everyone. I am one of your wing judges today. I am Najani Stewart. I'm looking forward to an intellectually stimulating match today. All the best.
Dr. Nelson?
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I will be your other judge today, and I wish both teams the best of luck.
Thank you both. The first speaker on each team will speak for 8 minutes. The second speakers will speak for 7 minutes, and the third speakers will speak for 5 minutes. Each speaker will have the first and last minute as protected time, and then we'll go into the reply speeches after a 1 minute pause. The opposition reply will go first, followed by the proposition reply, and the reply speakers will speak for 3 minutes. Without further ado, I'll now welcome the first proposition speaker, Jaden Clark of Campion College. Jaden, you have 8 minutes. Here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Imagine you and your friends, after many sleepless nights of cramming entire textbooks worth of knowledge in just a few days and sitting external exams in the sweltering heat, want to plan a road trip to alleviate the stress attributable to this mentally demanding and taxing exam season. Or perhaps you wish to escape the monotony of a 9 to 5 and are simply yearning for an opportunity to enjoy the fruit of your labor and relax. Before even beginning to suggest a destination, many of you may have pictured one of Jamaica's many white sandy beaches. You live on an island after all. So imagine the complete and utter shock of an individual who, after planning this getaway, learns that the only thing standing between them and their dreams of pure bliss is a law older than not only your parents, but this island itself. Imagine wanting to enjoy your rights as a Jamaican citizen to one of Jamaica's beautiful beaches, only to find out that you have no such right. Well, unfortunately for us, we don't have to imagine. This is our reality. Esteemed adjudicators, my worthy opponents, my colleagues, members of the audience, a pleasant morning to you all. I stand resolute before you in full proposition of the moot. This House believes that Jamaican citizens should be given the right to unrestricted access to all beaches. As the first speaker of the proposition, I will describe exactly why the public should be granted unrestricted access to beaches and how this will aid in preserving a key feature of Jamaican culture, as well as give a surface level explanation of the economic benefits our island may expect to see if this unrestricted access is granted. While my second speaker will go into more detail with regards to these economic benefits, as well as outline how this will aid in moving away from Jamaica's colonial past, before the third prop speaker will reaffirm our stance. Before we delve into my substantives, allow me to formalize a few crucial concepts which will be used in this debate. The proposition has chosen to define unrestricted access as free and open entry, with the only restrictions being violations of other existing laws, and any law that applies to public parks may also be applicable to beaches. Please be reminded that this motion seeks to take a balanced approach, which preserves the concepts of justice, equality, and environmental stewardship, rather than undermining the importance of responsible management and conservation. For many of you, the highlights of your childhood growing up as a Jamaican may have been going on beach trips with family and friends. After all, beaches are the backdrop of numerous historic events and cultural practices that define our nation. As a democratic nation, upholding fairness and equality for all citizens should be of utmost importance, and allowing its locals freedoms such as unrestricted access to our natural resources embodies these ideas in the most basic manner. The Beach Control Act of 1956, the law which clearly outlines that Jamaican citizens have no inherent rights to beaches or beach-adjacent areas, is extremely outdated and was written with a colonial mindset. It discriminates against individuals in the land of their birth. Allow me to reiterate, this act quite literally punishes Jamaicans for being Jamaican and is enforced by the Jamaican government in a manner comparable only to apartheid policies in South Africa. The whole point of this act is to stimulate the tourism industry. Accepted.
Firstly, the law doesn't serve as a means of discriminating. It allows for the government to issue licenses to individuals. So it's a form of regulation rather than discrimination.
That is debatable. It seems more like discrimination simply for the reason that Jamaicans aren't allowed inherent rights to beaches and beach-adjacent areas simply on the basis of their nationality in the island of Jamaica. Moving on. The whole point of this act, as I've said before, is to stimulate the tourism industry, but to afford tourists luxuries such as white, sandy, uncongested beaches, locals must be kept out. My colleagues and I, as well as many Jamaican nationals, find this extremely disturbing. Not only does the law prioritize the leisure of virtually every other nationality except us, but it also completely neglects and removes what should be an inherent right for Jamaicans. I find it ironic and also quite embarrassing that Jamaicans don't have access to the best beaches this island has to offer, but foreigners do. The fact that such a blatant form of discrimination and exploitation of the island's natural resources is still allowed to disadvantage and deprive our people of something that belongs to us, or birthright, is quite disconcerting. Such an integral part of our culture should not be restricted or policed, but rather it should be celebrated. This act exists for one purpose, and that is to discriminate against people of color in the island of Jamaica. There exists no reasonable justification for it in today's society, and it must be repealed immediately. Our beaches are perhaps our most renowned and coveted natural resources. As such, it is imperative that these resources be accessible to all citizens of Jamaica, regardless of race, class, or any other factor that may be used to divide us. Our beaches weren't created by the efforts of any man, nor were they brought about by the capital investments of corporations or organizations, but were given to us by nature herself. As such, they should be non-excludable. That is, no Jamaican citizen should be barred access or an opportunity to relish in the splendor of these gifts of nature for no reason other than simply their nationality. But rather, our beaches should be a common good. Beaches, like all other natural resources, should be used primarily to satisfy the needs and wants of its people, and then the needs of people of other nationalities, not the other way around, which regrettably has been the case. It is in the best interest of the people of Jamaica that they all be given an opportunity to experience and cherish our world renowned beaches. In a world that sometimes seems divided by our differences, our beaches serve as a reminder of our shared identity as Jamaicans. They're places that we can find common ground, celebrate culture, and build a future that thrives on inclusivity and unity. As we advocate for unrestricted access to our beaches, we champion a vision of Jamaica as a place where every citizen feels a sense of belonging, regardless of their background or circumstances. Our beaches don't exist solely as a form of leisure, however, but also an economic hub. Of course, there are hotels, restaurants, and even luxury coaches that offer their services exclusively to tourists. And one might argue that the main driver of the tourism industry is international tourists. However, if Jamaican citizens are allowed access to these beaches, that gives rise to a completely new market of domestic tourists. The opportunities are simply endless. And while we acknowledge that they won't be subject to entry fees as or definition above stated, these domestic tourists still have needs that ought to be satisfied. They will support local restaurants. They may need accommodation or means of transportation. Not to mention, they will undoubtedly support local craftsmen. The small loss endured, if
One
any,
minute.
the small loss endured will be completely offset by the profits that this new domestic tourist industry will yield. In the worst case scenario, we break even. But in a much more likely outcome, making these beaches accessible to locals only increases the overall profitability of the industry. Not to mention, to meet the demand of these domestic tourists, more managerial and ancillary staff will be hired. By extension, linkage industries such as agriculture and fishing will also benefit, and there will be multiple opportunities for increases in revenue to take place. And with that, the proposition momentarily rests.
I'd like to thank the first proposition speaker for that contribution and welcome the first opposition speaker to the floor, Adil Campbell. Adil, you have 8 minutes. Here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
All protocols observed. Panel, my worthy opponents, viewers, good morning. Given that the indigenous definition of our island's name, Jamaica, translates the land of wood and water, it is no surprise that our beaches are of great symbolic and tangible value to Jamaicans. While we can agree that the beaches are valuable, we should also be able to agree that things we most value in life aren't always free. It is unreasonable of us to adopt such a blind sense of entitlement in demanding unconstrained access to pristine public beaches from the government at absolutely no cost whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, the proposition feeds us utopian ideas that have no basis in pragmatism. So I will demonstrate this to you by assessing some of the misleading ideas presented to us by proposition so far. At first, I'd like to challenge the definition of unrestricted access to all beaches. They spoke about laws such as laws that already exist and public parks, etc. We do not believe that this is truly unrestricted access. Unrestricted access means that they would have no regulations whatsoever. They would be able to enter the beach at whatever time they would like, whatever the conditions of the beach. Also, we would like to challenge the ideas that they presented about the beaches, the current status quo being discriminatory. The law that exists from 1956, which says that nobody has direct rights over the beach is not a means of discrimination, it's actually regulation. The law said that nobody has inherent rights because the beach is owned by the crown, which then allows the government to be able to distribute these beaches, regulation of these beaches through licenses to government agencies or the private property adjacent to it, to private owners. So it doesn't mean that Jamaicans as citizens don't have rights to their own beaches. It's just a means of regulation. And also on the clash that will result from the economic benefits of it. They speak about the local tourists. The local tourists, in order for a local tourism industry to boom, that means that funding will have to be pumped directly into the maintenance of these beaches. And how will they be maintained if not through some sort of fee that is required? So as a rational opposition, we can concede that the enjoyment of beaches and its facilities must be an integral part of the life of the citizens of Jamaica. However, we resolutely disagree with their policy on a few fronts. I call to your attention, panel, two key terms: unrestricted access and all beaches. The word restriction, according to the Oxford Dictionary, means a limiting condition or measure. Therefore, unrestricted means to have no limits or regulations. To have unregulated access to all beaches in this country is irresponsible and unfair to all stakeholders, including government, private interests, and the citizens themselves. Therefore, the opposition's burden in this debate is to prove that proposition's policy will not redound in the benefit of the Jamaican people. Their moralistic premise that the beach should have no limits to entry will in fact leave Jamaicans with free but substandard or unsafe beaches to visit. We will also prove that this policy will in fact worsen the country's ability to provide suitable beaches by turning away investors in the tourism sector and cutting the very hand that feeds us in countless ways. My first substantive point is that restrictions placed on beaches help to subsidize maintenance and safeguard the liability users. Regulated licensed beaches are those which are under the control of government agencies like the UDC, NRC, and respective parish councils. These licensed beaches require nominal fees, which may be considered as a restriction because they are expected to provide safety and sanitary conditions to members of the public, according to the UDC. If we cancel these fees, how do we expect the lifeguards and cleaners to be paid for their service? The National Environment and Planning Agency says that in the past, successive governments have endeavored to pursue a free access policy. However, with limited public funding, these policies have by and large succumbed to neglect. For this reason, the Cabinet in October 2014 agreed that these nominal entrance fees were for maintenance and development. Without these fees, the next time you go to a public beach, just imagine the godforsaken odors that you will encounter in the bathroom facilities. And if you can't swim, then that's just up to you because you're just going to have to face that risk. Furthermore, without the citizens' funding of this maintenance, it would have to come out of the government coffers, hence draining the people's pockets some way or the other, proving this selective parsimony to be futile. We must then weigh the options for the house. Is paying an entry fee such an abomination that you would rather have a free, rundown, and unsafe experience when you visit the beach? Well, that is something we must consider. My second substantive is that granting unlimited access to all beaches, regardless of private property adjoining, would disturb the tourism sector. It is ludicrous for us to expect that private interests or stakeholders would be pleased with the possibility that just about anybody can enter their premises to access the beach facilities. This would directly reduce profit on the part of private investors and defeat the purpose of an exclusive experience which most licensed property benefit from. If access becomes unrestricted, then our beach resort simply becomes a glorified public recreational beach with more expensive amenities. As a result of the blatant disregard demonstrated in the proposition's policy, investment will decrease in the tourism sector due to the foreseeable decline in the profitability of enterprise in beach resorts. I would like to stop at this juncture to also to address the idea of discrimination between the foreign tourism sector and the local tourism sector. I would like to say right here and now that the Jamaican tourism sector does not discriminate between the ordinary Jamaican and the tourists. The only
information
is the fact that they will be able to pay for the experience in the first place. Accepted?
Yeah, isn't it true that the law we referenced to you has different rules for ordinary Jamaicans and for beachfront property owners, where ordinary Jamaicans have no right of access to the beach, whereas beachfront property owners have all rights of access and use. Isn't that a clear discrimination and inequality?
Well, I would like to address that the law says that the foreshore is owned by no one. So the private property owners don't exactly own the foreshore. They own the private property surrounding it, which means that they have through licensing the ability to do whatever they want with that property. And that is not exactly discriminating against ordinary Jamaican people. I'm continuing. This outcome, we warn, is to be dreaded based on the known benefits of that tourism provides to the island. Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett, in opening his sectoral debate, told fellow MPs that tourism provided 51 billion to GDP in 2022. Money that can be spent on essential services such as healthcare and education, which can boost the overall level of development. Proposition has painted that tourists are beneficiaries of privilege and private developers are exploiters of their natural resources. However, it would be awfully unfair to characterize these tourist resort operations as inconsequential to Jamaica, as the Tourism Enhancement Act stipulates that the Tourism Enhancement Fund contributes directly to the beach development program, which develops four beaches that exist. So we say that we are proud to oppose this motion. The opposition momentarily rests.
All right, I would like to thank the first opposition speaker for his contribution and welcome to the floor the second proposition speaker, will be Gabriel Benjamin. Gabriel, you have 7 minutes. Here.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here to build on the proposition's case in full support of the move. I will respond to the core arguments brought by my opposition thus far, recap for you the reasons why unrestricted access is a better solution, and then I will present you with my substantive arguments to further strengthen our case. I would like to first address the ridiculous explanation provided by the leader of the opposition to justify the differences in right to access. This debate is not about beach ownership. It's about the rights of our citizens to access these beaches. And as we stated, the law clearly allows beachfront property owners, who we never claimed it allowed to own these beaches because of their property, access to these beaches, while also clearly stating that no other citizens had any claim of right to access the beaches. If you would like clarification, you can check that out. First, the opposition has brought us an argument about economic benefits they claim we will reap from privatization of our lands through the development of hotels. However, they have still failed to prove to us how these mostly minimum wage and unskilled jobs outweigh the freedom to roam our own lands and not displacing people from their homes. The economic benefits are not nearly as great as the opposition would have you believe, with mostly lower-level jobs being offered to locals, as well as much of the employment being seasonal in nature, leaving the labor force employed under these newly developed hotels and attractions, both heavily underemployed and seasonally unemployed. Majority of the managerial positions and the money that comes in from the tourist industry remains occupied and owned by foreigners, as well as having those earnings being repatriated out of the country. So how beneficial really is the tourism industry on the big scale to us when a lot of its earnings are being repatriated out? So all they have done is suggest that we further allow our workers to remain vulnerable and exploited at the hands of foreign corporations, while stripping our citizens of the right to roam the lands of their own country. Amazingly, all in one go. Might also come about concerns that would be lost with the hotel workers due to removal of the beach from private hands. It sounds like it might be a fair argument, but let us first acknowledge that we are not suggesting closing down hotels or ending the tourism industry. We're not mad, and they should consider the minuscule number of workers that are employed by hotels slowly to operate on beaches. The loss of these jobs is a negligible concern, since there will be far more jobs created in the informal sector, vending, fishing, and providing other services attractive to tourists independently, as well as provided by the government for beach maintenance. Furthermore, they've suggested that unrestricted access results in destruction of the beaches and a reduction in their quality. But I ask that they reference or clearly state a definition of unrestricted access given by my first speaker, which had they been paying attention, they would have recognized it. Clearly states your position on access being within the confines of already existing laws. We believe that access should be provided for all citizens so long as their access doesn't present a threat to other users of the beach or the beach itself, simply without any method to restrict public usage. It's absurd of them to suggest that we wish to allow people to wreak havoc on our treasured beaches and destroy our island's natural beauty. A simple yet effective solution to the litter and issues of our beaches would be for the agencies in charge of beaches, such as the NRCA, to provide jobs by hiring people to clean these beaches regularly, just as is done on private beaches. Let us not be fooled into thinking. Accepted.
You stated earlier that the money that is earned in sector does not stay in the country. Do you know that the tourism enhancement fund fees that are paid from train and airline passengers go directly into the beach development program?
They go directly into the beach development, which goes back into the tourism industry to pay the workers in the managerial positions of the tourism industry that are mostly foreigners, while leaving our locals, as I said, with the lower end jobs, minimum wage, unskilled labor jobs, as I stated before. Allow me to now present my substantive arguments. The first benefit is an actual economic benefit, since by allowing access to all beaches, the livelihoods of fishermen will be protected and restored, as so many community fishermen struggle due to restrictions placed on beaches around them. This would allow for increased self-employment and local earning in our coastal communities, through reinstating their rights to use beaches that they have for decades for productive activity. One such case would be the beach property in Marmot Bay, which Marmot Bay Resorts Limited is claiming ownership of and preventing the fishermen from accessing in order to fish, an activity they've used the beach for since the 1980s. Why should corporations be allowed to prevent them from accessing their place of work? The opposition goes on about the economic benefits of restricting access, but what say you to this? Effectively leaving dozens of fishermen unemployed and preventing them and others from using a property that they have since the 80s? Tell us, opposition, in these situations that would continue to arise in your world, whose interests are more important, the people or the corporations? Additionally, this would make room for a booming craft vendor sales and boost productivity in the informal economy. Withstanding the active tourism industry, as well as an increase in local beachgoers through this move, the markets available to these sellers would increase and supply would grow to meet demand. Allowing unrestricted access to beaches by citizens opens up a huge marketplace for productive activity to occur. And this is not mutually exclusive with the existence of hotels and a tourism industry. The existence of independent vendors on beaches won't significantly decrease the revenue earned by hotels, since these vendors can sell different goods than those provided by the hotels. For example, a vendor on a beach attached to a hotel can sell hats or sunscreen rather than food and drink, since that will be provided at an all-inclusive hotel. The hotels can regulate the items sold. Further, independent vendors on beaches of hotels that are not all-inclusive and so do not provide food and drink for patrons, opportunities for increased or more involved collaboration with these hotels. Presence of vendors on site to provide food and drink, among other amenities, creates a smoother and more attractive offer for tourists booking a stay and would increase overall productivity as well. We are not against the tourism industry. My next substantive is that unrestricted access is a way to step away from our colonial past and allow the needs and the wants of the average man to hold more importance than protecting and enabling the rich of the country to get richer. Not accepted at this time. As has been stated, we're not advocating for the destruction of the tourism industry because the existence of it and accessible beaches are not mutually exclusive. The current piece of legislation that controls the beach access is the Beach Control Act, a piece of legislation that predates even the island's independence. It should come as no surprise to any of us then that the act was created for the purpose of legalizing discrimination. The act protected the wealthy white landowners by allowing them to access beaches that only they could afford to acquire properties near. But it conveniently had to state that no one else had any right to access these beaches. Oh, and of course, how could I forget that the act clarified that these beaches could be sold to the wealthy whites? Because of course, not many, if any, Black people would be able to afford a beach at this time. These laws were put into place to continue to prevent Black people from accessing property, especially valuable property. And there's absolutely no reason why the same act should have power over the lives of millions of Jamaican citizens. Quite simply, our position in this debate is to take a long-needed progressive step with obvious economic, ecological, and equitable benefits. The opposition stance is maintaining the status quo to favor environmental degradation, economic inequality, and historical legacy. And with that, the proposition momentarily rests.
All right, I would like to thank the second proposition speaker for that contribution and welcome the second opposition speaker to the floor, who will be Andrew Coleman. Andrew, you have 7 minutes here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
All protocols observed, good morning. I rise as a second speaker for the opposition to continue our ardent rejection of this motion. As has been outlined by our first speaker, our issue with this motion lies with the keywords unrestricted and all beaches. But before I get into my speech, let me just clarify a point that was made about the imposition of fishermen and persons who are residing on a beach. The public may claim the right of unrestricted access under Section 4 of the Prescription Rights Act, where the public may acquire a right to use a beach for fishing, bathing, or recreation purposes, or to use any road, track, or pathway passing over land adjacent to a beach as a means of access to the beach. And for a period, not for my interrupted use, for a period of 20 years. And I'll pause here and I'll make a point that has been coming up in this debate. They have been arguing that private ownership has been purchasing land, when we on this side have already clarified that beach rights, beach land cannot be purchased. It is merely beach land belongs to the Crown. And what the Crown does using the Beach Act, Beach Control Act of 1956, is to merely give the control of the land adjacent to the beach private ownership. So the beach property does not lie with anyone because no one has rights to it as it belongs to the Crown. Moving on to my speech. We are in full agreement that the local people, the Jamaican people, should have access to the beaches of their country. The proposition has created a narrative, an incorrect narrative, that as opposition, we are against the Jamaican people having access to their beaches. Let me just rubbish such a narrative. Instead, rather than subscribing to their attractive yet nonsensical and detrimental concept propagated by them, we support a balanced approach, ensuring Jamaicans have access to the beach, whether for economic or recreational purposes, while still maintaining the environmental and ecological sensitivity of the area. We believe government should designate a reasonable number of beaches as accessible per parish and have less stringent measures on their access, but do not mistake us for saying that we should just totally remove all restrictions on the beaches. This should be proportional to the number of residents in that particular parish, as well as the amount of beach land available. Judges, Jamaica boasts a rich diversity of flora and fauna, and the state must act in recognition of this. This motion would have stated, and this motion would remove access restriction from all beaches, thereby compromising the sensitive ecological nature of our beaches. That side fails to recognize just how detrimental unrestricted access increases the rate of beach deterioration and how damaging it would be for those in the ecosystem. But you may ask, how do unrestricted access increase beach deterioration? Many of the challenges beaches face today are rooted in humans' unsustainable use of the beach. And this asset oftentimes goes unappreciated, and many Jamaicans in the public incorrectly believe the beach does always exist. These regions are ecologically sensitive and require access restrictions to mitigate the threat of beach deterioration that would otherwise be experienced. In fact, according to the Department of Zoology at the University of Nairobi, the intertidal area and immediate adjacent lands of the beach may be the most vulnerable as well as most abused marine zone. Furthermore, the loss of diversity in beach ecosystems has many contributory factors, many of which include habitat loss and fragmentation, physical human alteration, overexploitation, pollution, and the introduction of alien species. The root cause of all of these issues lie in the proximate threat of human overuse of the beach. Other causes include unsustainable use of natural resources and economic policies which fail to value the environment and its resources, as well as weak legal and institutional systems. The motion would have clearly articulated that all beaches should have unrestricted access, thus putting these ecologically sensitive areas in a compromised position should this motion be adopted. Currently in Jamaica, certain beach areas and aquatic zones near the coast have access restrictions. As aforementioned, this is not without sound reasoning or logic, and it must be put in place to ensure the safety of our biodiversity. Additionally, if this motion is to be implemented, Over time, the country would see an evolution in the ecological assets of the beach. This will not only value the beach as a natural asset, but also lower the safety standards governing the beach. This is not only the duty of government to provide safe recreational facilities for citizens, but also the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, which stipulates the right to enjoy a healthy and productive environment, free from the threats or abuse or damage from environmental abuse and negation of ecological heritage. We on this side believe that making all beaches unrestricted would compromise the citizens' rights to a healthy and productive environment. Currently, some of Jamaica's beaches are not accessible due to Jamaicans due to environmental restrictions. Certain beaches are classified as environmentally sensitive, which public assets would no doubt compromise. This is no more clear than with the sand dunes at the Great Bay in Treasure Beach, St. Elizabeth. This bay hosts ecologically sensitive sand dunes, which have been illegally mined for sand. Due to this, government of Jamaica had to respond and declare the region ecologically sensitive. This added access restrictions to the region, as well as sanctions for non-compliance. As well, in August 2022, the popular National Heritage Monument, Blue Lagoon, based in Portland, was closed. Previously, residents were able to freely access the region without any or many restrictions. However, the facility was closed due to a number of reasons that threatened the viability of the national monument, including the lack of sanitary and waste management facilities. Now, this closure has been pending for some time, as there was a deterioration of the lagoon,
1 minute.
lack of regulation and management. Now, judges, in the justification for the closure, one of the stakeholders involved would have stated, and I quote, "This is a space of amazing beauty, not just aesthetically, but it is environmentally an outstanding space that we want to celebrate, preserve, and honor. And judges, we must celebrate, preserve, and honor our beaches for the benefit of ourselves and for future generations." So what have we said so far? The Jamaican people should have access to the beaches of their country. However, it should not compromise the economic nature of the beach, nor the ecological sensitivity of the beach. The process of beach usership and management must be balanced and properly managed by policy, regulations, and legislation to ensure the sustainable use of all beaches and the safety of citizens and all other users. We must act, therefore, with thought and care for our ecological assets and rubbish any policy or ideology which runs afoul to preservation and regard for our ecological assets, which this motion falls under. Thank you.
All right, I would like to thank the second opposition speaker for that contribution and welcome to the floor the third opposition speaker will be Ronaldino McLean. Ronaldino, you have 5 minutes. Here.
15 seconds to start over. Wait. Hello? Are you hearing me from?
I think I may be hearing an echo, but say something else.
Hold on. Are you hearing me from this? Are you hearing me from this?
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay. So I will. Just right for a second. Okay. All right, ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I return to extend and concretize the government's firm stance in support of this value motion. I emphasize that it's a value motion because the opposition really has not engaged well enough with the kind of motion that this debate in. Let me remind the House that as this House believes motion asks us to evaluate comparatively whose ideal world would be better. This debate specifically asks us to evaluate whether a world where Jamaicans have the right to unrestricted access to beaches is preferable to one in which they don't have that right, holding all else equal. In other words, is that right something we should want, or is that something we shouldn't want? The role of the opposition then can't be to identify latent issues that would require policy solutions, but to directly attack our world at its highest ground. So that's why things like allowing the destruction of the beaches through things like pollution and littering have no real significance in this debate as it is framed. Because although it's not outside of our scope, although it's not within the scope of this debate, there are policy solutions that can directly address that. And we've given you some examples of that throughout the debate. But we also told in response to that point that part of the reason why, in terms of appearance, private beaches often look better than our public beaches is because we afforded to beachfront property owners some of the best looking properties and left some of the worst looking properties to ordinary people. On that point, I want to clarify and emphasize the misleading statement that the speaker before me just told you, because he cited Section 4 of the Act in question, and he said that people have the right to do things like bathing, fishing, and other forms of recreation as a means of access for sea for such purposes. But he forgot to quote the first part of that provision, which is any person who is the owner or occupier of any land adjoining any part of the foreshore, and any member of his family and any private guest of his. That is to say, beachfront property owners have this right. That's exactly the point of this debate. That's exactly the discrimination we're highlighting. It's beachfront property owners that were given the right of unrestricted access and use under this discriminatory law. And it is Jamaicans, ordinary Jamaicans, who have been time and time again denied it. Let me continue, though, by reiterating my team's arguments in this debate so far, and then one final extension before I go through the main contention. We've given you a few ideas in this debate. The first is that Jamaicans have a natural right to water Jamaican natural resources. So here we argue that beaches as part of the natural environment constitute a person should be denied access to them in the same way that no one is denied access to public parks. Opposition sought to challenge our definition of unrestricted access by going to the Oxford Dictionary. But let me remind the opposition that our definition is the kind of definition that's utilized in laws dealing with unrestricted access. So when we look at rights to roam across the British common law with respect to things like national parks and historical land sites, it's this exact kind of a definition.
Ronaldinho. Pause a second, please.
When we look to other kinds of unrestricted access, it's this kind of definition that's used. But we are.
Okay. So you're on the definitional point. You were sticking up a little bit, but I think we caught up. So you can continue.
Okay. Continue from the definition point?
I think we heard that. So you can just continue wherever you stop.
Okay, sure. So we also suggested that entry to beaches should not be contingent on one's wealth or status, and none should be the exclusive domain of a privileged elite or international tourists. Instead, we should open them up for Jamaicans to benefit from, including the new population of local tourists that we create. The next thing we told is that this right of access would allow us to de-link from a colonial past which oversaw the passing of the unequal and discriminatory law that we've been telling about. So the Beach Control Act was established not in the interest of ordinary people who made clear have no right to access to beaches, but to beachfront property develops, which the opposition even quoted this law as giving explicit power, privilege, and wide latitude. So we said it's in the interest of equity and justice that we pursue this path to correct a historical wrong. We told you in exhaustive detail about economic benefits in our world. We told you how fishermen, many of whom have a right of custom to use these beaches, would benefit. We told you how craft vendors would benefit. We told you how cleaning staff could be employed, and we gave you the tangible benefits in the face of opposition's effort to convince you that they have a monopoly on economic goods. Before I extend this debate, though, let me identify this as the major clash of this debate. It's been economic benefits. So opposition told you about the economic benefits in their world, which we don't entirely deny, and we told you about the economic benefits in our world, which they don't entirely deny. In fact, they haven't denied at all. But we win this clash because we give you two independent layers of analysis. The first is that our economic benefits better look out for the wider interests of people on the lower ends of society, while their economic benefits largely reinforce inequality. And we cited the law, and we cited evidence of the kinds of jobs that exist in these in the tourism sector. But in the second level of analysis is that the economic benefits we would create on our proposal are actually compatible, they're perfectly compatible with the vast majority of economic benefits we get in status quo. So we don't have to sacrifice the benefits of the tourist industry, and we benefit new sections of the population. have not responded to. Now, let me make one final extension to my team's case. Our world better fosters sustainable development. The sustainable development that Jamaica needs doesn't come from a profit-hungry tourism industry that operates without environmental concerns. It comes from the government protecting our coastal land and beaches from destructive development by unconcerned hotel development. So we need to strike a balance between environmental presentation, economic gain, and what best looks out for the interest of our people. With that, we rest.
All right, I'd like to thank the third proposition speaker for that contribution and welcome the third opposition speaker to the floor, who will be Ajani Crossman. Ajani, you have 5 minutes here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All protocol observed, panel, good morning. It is my duty as a third speaker of the opposition bench to advance or stand against the aforementioned motion. But before I get into my speech, I would like to offer these rebuttals to the arguments presented by the proposition. Firstly, they make reference to the Prescription Act, but the Act itself states that if you have been using this speech uninterrupted for 20 plus years and you can prove in court, then you cannot be deposed of such speech. They also make reference to how we define unrestricted. But in this specific motion, the meaning of unrestricted would mean with no regulation or conditions. Also, the third recovering still point that we have not explained for economic benefit services. And I thank you for that, so that we can actually go in depth about why our economic benefits are better. Mr. Speaker, implementing such a policy would drive away private investors as they will no longer be incentivized, as they no longer get the ability to exclude others from using their property and their land.
1 minute.
But the tourism industry, it is what contributes most towards GDP, and therefore turning away these investors would have even more positive effect than the returns that we will receive from allowing craftsmen and other people onto it. Not such a thing. I would like to echo the sentiment made by our team that our problem is not whether Jamaicans should have access to beaches, but rather the issue lies within the use of unrestricted and all beaches in Ocean. Mr. Speaker, I will speak to the legal implications that would come with implementing such a policy, as well as how our government would be neglecting the safety of our citizens by doing so. We on the opposition bench believe that the implementation of this policy would be an infringement on the property rights of private landowners. Property rights, as defined by Investopedia, are the theoretical and legal ownership of resources and how they can be used. As it stands, it is the right of landowners in Jamaica to deal their land as they choose, subject to any restrictive covenants or lawful limitation. This includes the right of a proprietor to exclude others from enjoying his or her land. Mr. Speaker, implementing such a policy giving unrestricted access to beaches would be a direct attack on the laws that regulate the facet that we speak about. It would be going against government contractual obligations with investors, infringing on the right of landowners to exclude others from entering their land, and also violating the right of private property owners to earn from their property, which you can find in the registration of titles acts. If there is unrestricted access for all citizens, proprietors will no longer be able to charge people the access of this beach, therein stopping that stream of info. Moreover, allowing citizens unrestricted access to all beaches would be neglecting the safety of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, is not necessary. The truth is that some of the beaches in Jamaica are simply not safe for public utilization. As such, it is important for there to be restrictions placed on the access given to members of the public to the beaches on our island. No judges, the proposition may believe that this is not reason enough to go against this policy, and that we should say, and that we would say they're absolutely wrong. We believe that it is within the duty of the government to interfere with individual freedoms. Citizens will face less danger or be better off as a result of the policy. Judges, it was only a few days ago that news broke out that a Canadian citizen, while visiting Jamaica, drowned at Alligator Pond Beach. It can be seen in the comment section of this very article on Jamaica Observer. Citizens complaining that the water is too strong and it is not safe for swimming. However, because there are no restrictions on swimming at this beach, a life was lost. It is for the very reason why there needs to be restrictions on the access given to beaches in Jamaica, so that our citizens do not engage in swimming in unsafe conditions or other unsuspecting harm that may be at said beaches. Finally, the government would be liable for injuries sustained by individuals who go to unsafe beaches according to the Occupiers Liability Act The Act states, and I quote, "It is a duty to take such care as in all circumstances of the case, it is reasonable to see that the visitor will be reasonably safe in using the premises for the purpose for which he is invited or permitted by the occupier to be there."
1 minute.
The Act states, "Where damage is caused to a visitor by a danger of which he has been warned by the occupier, the warning is not to be treated without absolving the occupier from liability, unless in all the circumstances it was enough to enable the visitor to be reasonably safe." Since the government does not possess the wherewithal to ensure the safety of all beaches in Jamaica, they too will be held responsible for harm caused to citizens who visit these beaches. Due to the legal implication that come with implementing such a policy, as I have highlighted, and the previously outlined substances by the other members of the opposition, we remain ardent in our rejection of this motion. The opposition rests.
All right, I would like to thank the third opposition speaker for that contribution. We'll now break for 1 minute so the speakers can prepare their reply speeches, and then we'll come back with the opposition reply. All right, so let's have a minute on the clock, please, Najani.
All right, 1 minute has elapsed.
Thanks, Najani. I'll now welcome the opposition reply speaker, Adele Campbell. Adele, you have 3 minutes. Here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
All protocols observed. Panel, my worthy opponents, viewers, once again, good morning. The opposition has won this debate as we have proven the inefficiency of proposition's world. They have not demonstrated how in our world, how in their world, they are better able to provide for all of the different factors that we have demonstrated. So while they said to us that this is a value motion, we must also take into consideration that this is a motion which would include the government taking action, and the government's actions would have an impact on all the stakeholders which we would have mentioned. So we believe that it is very important for us to take all considerations, economic, ecological, and legal, as we have demonstrated. So the proposition has mainly come to us on a social premise that the law is discriminatory for Jamaicans because private interests close them out, and the law is old and outdated and favors the white man. This is a supporter colonial past. But we believe that they have not presented to us any empirical data, not even a scenario in which they have demonstrated how the tourism sector and beach resorts, etc., really close out the Jamaican people. We do not support this. We believe that Jamaicans, as long as they are able to afford these resorts and these experiences, everybody has equal access to it. So we don't believe in the separation of the local tourism sector and the external tourism sector, because at the end of the day, they're one and the same. They would like to close us out by saying that as it exists in the status quo, Jamaicans
1 minute to go.
access to the best jobs or well-paying jobs. And that if we have unrestricted access, this will solve the problem because the persons in the peripheral will be able to make more profit off of this. But we believe as it exists, we have already stated how many jobs are provided by the tourism sector as it exists through forward and backward linkages, and also through the fact that our tourism sector as it exists provides for the development of our beaches through the beach program and the tourism enhancement fund. They have also mentioned they have also tried to combat the idea of regulation and unrestricted. We say that their definition is in violation of the spirit of the motion, and they are trying to close us out. And we do not believe that their definition stands. So we would like to say that on our front, this has legal implications and it has ecological implications. Unrestricted access wears down the sanctity and the ecological value of our beaches. It also has legal implications, and this will impact us negatively on our whole thing.
All right, I would like to thank the op reply for that contribution and welcome to the floor. The proposition reply will be Jaden Clark. Jaden, you have 3 minutes here.
A pleasant morning once again. Let me get straight into the contradictions of opposition. My apologies. And exactly why the proposition won the clashes. Pollution. This is a non-issue considering that this is not a policy debate. It's a valid debate, and pollution isn't inherent to Jamaicans having the rights to beaches, but I'll engage nonetheless. This is a pretty easy fix through investing more into cleaning up these beaches, or if you want a free solution, beach cleanups. People can volunteer to clean up the beaches, and yeah, that's a pretty simple fix. Moving on. The opposition leader quite confidently challenged our definition of free access and implied that we would allow illegal activity and allow locals to wreak havoc on our beaches. And as we've stated time and time again, this is simply not the case, because any law that applies to public public parks will now be applicable to beaches. Public parks are often quite safe as well, and I don't see why the opposition insists that beaches will be any different. Additionally, crime itself is a separate issue, and finding a perfect solution for it shouldn't even be a burden in this debate. The first opposition speaker clings to the notion that keeping locals out is a form of regulation. In what universe is keeping a certain group based on land ownership and wealth? In what universe is keeping a certain group out of a beach based on them not owning land or having enough wealth, regulation, and not discrimination? With regards to this foreshore argument as well, time and time again, the opposition neglect the fact that this debate is about beach access and not ownership. Absolutely, sorry. Yes, though nobody is allowed to own the foreshore, this argument means absolutely nothing, because if citizens still have no access to the foreshore, well, then that's really it. They contradict themselves, claiming that we don't want to allow private property owners to use their beaches, that our proposal would deny beachfront property owners some ownership rights to the beach. Also, with regards to the economic clash, I commend the opposition for their analysis. However, that is where my praises end. Yes, the prop acknowledges these benefits. However, these benefits are not unique at all. And as we've stated, exactly none of these benefits need to be sacrificed to allow locals unrestricted access to these beaches. We won't lose jobs, only add them. And insofar as we'll lose them, we'll lose some revenue from foreign visitors. We will make it up for what we'll gain in local visitors. The new market of domestic tourists has a chance to amplify our tourism sector benefits, and we know this because we see how successfully it plays out in countries across the Caribbean, like Barbados and St. Lucia, who both have thriving tourist economies while granting unrestricted beach access to locals. And with that, the proposition will rest. Thank you.
All right, I would like to thank the proposition reply speaker for that contribution and thank all the debaters for a very wonderful match. Judges will deliberate on this and get back to you shortly with the result. Thank you.
Ronaldo, are you able to move rooms?
wait, I just want to. Two, three, four. All right. Welcome back to the second semifinals of the Afro Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition 2023. We've just witnessed a match between Campion College in proposition and WOLMER'S boys in opposition. I'm Ronaldo Blake. I'm going to give you a rundown of the things we heard in the match, and then I'm going to give you the results of the match. All right. So I'm going to get directly into this because a lot of issues were discussed in the deliberation, and I think it's very important that we give a very clear oral adjudication. And of course, if any of the debaters would like additional feedback afterwards, the judges would be happy to provide them with that. So we essentially heard 4 thematic distinctions in the debate. The first was one about how do we define unrestricted access as laid out in the motion. Proposition gave us basically a public park model. They said that the beaches should be freely accessible to everyone, but within certain limitations. And they pointed to generally how public parks would work, which is they're generally open to the public, but of course, if you abuse your right to access them, or if you damage it, or if there is a justifiable need to actually close off the park for some people or for everyone, then that can be exercised. Now, the panel believed that this was a good way to define the motion, but it might have been a bit too restrictive for proposition. Because there could also exist a world where there's some minimal cost to maintaining the beach that could also be definitionally just like unrestricted access or free access. Now, opposition challenged the definition provided by proposition by saying, well, when you say unrestricted access, that should mean there are absolutely no limitations on people's ability to access it. And the panel didn't really believe this was a fair challenge, but there were other issues in the debate that we just kind of weighed some more. So even though this particular clash more favored proposition, there are other things that came up in the debate that we also weighed for the ultimate decision. The second such clash was the right to access. Proposition gave us a lot of argumentation, basically that said, if you are Jamaican by birth, by nationality, you should be able to enjoy the natural resources of your country. And in opposition, we heard this idea that, we should essentially retain the land rights people currently have and enjoy in the country. In both of these cases, there needs to be a bit more development as to why just being born as a Jamaican entitled you to access these resources and entitled you to access them in a way as to be free and unrestricted. For example, right, we have bauxite in Jamaica, but not every Jamaican has a natural right to freely and completely access bauxite reserves. Those are given out to private companies who mine and exploit them and use them properly, and then, citizens are able to benefit from the proceeds. And alternatively, on opposition, it can't just be the case that a private land right is established, right? It needs to be shown why this land right is so important to maintain that it outweighs every benefit that we get from having people being able to access it publicly and freely. This brings me to the third clash, which is where the panel believed that there was a lot more work done by proposition in terms of explaining why potentially the limitations of the rights to access the beaches, those limitations are unjustified. And proposition essentially said the main reason cited is the economic benefits that you get when you limit the rights, so investments from tourism, etc. And they said, well, they're not mutually exclusive. You could have an economic benefit continuing and being pretty much the same, but benefiting different people, which I'll get to later on, in a world where there are no limitations to regular citizens being able to access all beaches. But then in terms of just kind of counterbalancing this, opposition said, well, there are macroeconomic factors that we must consider, but also there's just the microeconomic factor of how do you manage and maintain specific beaches. And we heard arguments from opposition that showed that it can actually become unsustainable to think that the public is able to maintain beaches that are not privately managed and operated at a cost. And then there were also some arguments that surrounded like the environmental and cultural benefits of having these private beaches. All right, I'll move on quickly. So I'll say a couple of things. One, in the debate, there was insufficient analysis, and I think this was on all sides, but I'm going to give one specific example in this case. A point was raised by proposition that there was an example where a hotel was being developed. I believe this was Miami Bay. And where that hotel was being developed was an area that had been used by fishermen for multiple years. And these people were being displaced in order to enforce the private property rights of the hotel developers, right? In this specific case, I think there needed to be some more analysis that shows like, well, what were the specific facts that came out of this case that showed how the harms are accrued on people who are least able to defend themselves against big corporations, instead of just laying this out as a case where, you know, people were able to access a public resource and then the resource was turned over to hotels. But even then, one of the things that opposition said is that, well, if people can prove that they have been able to access and use a beach for 25 plus years, then they could potentially prevent it from becoming privatized. But again, opposition needed to tell us why it is that in cases where people were not able to exercise these rights, those issues did happen, and thus tell us, well, why it's likely to happen in opposition case that that they'd be able to exercise these rights, given that it has not been happening for a number of years. The second point I want to raise is that there was insufficient engagement in the debate. And this really came down to the whole economic arguments that were pitted on either side. So proposition essentially made an argument really about the macroeconomy. So what happens to the whole economy when you have people benefiting from open beaches, right? So you have the small man benefiting more, the hotelier isn't significantly impacted, and locals can be able to benefit more from the beach system, and that's good, right? But then opposition didn't really engage with a lot of that, besides just saying that tourism is really good for our economy. Opposition's economic arguments were more around this idea of how do you actually financially manage a specific beach? How do you get revenues that can pay for lifeguards, pay for people to clean them, basically pay to manage them in such a way that they aren't depleted over time? And I think the debate could have benefited from some more engagement on either side that would have clarified, even though you're talking about these issues on different scales, which like one of the issues would have been more important to consider in the debate. So just a few more points. One, proposition explained why the rights restrictions are not justified way too late in the debate. These justifications needed to come a bit earlier so that they could engage with all of the arguments from opposition. And the final point I want to touch on before I start to get into like the main summaries is just some more late ideas that we got. So I think in both proposition and opposition case, there are some arguments that came really late in the debate. So proposition didn't tell us until the reply speech that well, even in status quo, when people can access, that's Jamaicans can access beaches that are currently restricted, what you really need is either to be rich enough to pay to go to a hotel like 500 US or 600 US a night, or you need to actually own land by the beach, right? I think this came up way too late in the debate. This needed to be dealt with a bit earlier and also show, well, why it is that access to existing public beaches are not sufficient. And then for opposition, it wasn't until the third substantive speaker that we started to hear about this idea of the importance of property rights, which is problematic because you're in opposition. And if it is that you don't provide proposition with a sufficient opportunity to rebut some very substantive arguments that you're making, it is conceivable that the judges could side with proposition, given how the debate would have developed before. Now, for this particular debate, the panel unanimously came to the decision that opposition showed that as it stands, beaches that are currently open and publicly accessible are being abused by citizens and they end up in a derelict state. And this in itself prevents the public from being able to benefit from it. Opposition also shows us that the economic cost of maintaining existing public beaches actually comes from the funds derived from tourists, right? And it's this very reason why we're able to benefit from many of the public beaches that we do have that are freely open and accessible. And then finally, opposition shows us that private ownership rights should supersede individual rights, especially given that these individual rights can be exercised elsewhere, that is, beaches that are publicly open. Proposition tells us that the economic benefits that we get from having all beaches being open and accessible are probably more important than the ideas that opposition brings up in the economic sense. But these arguments from proposition don't outweigh the land rights and the management arguments brought up by opposition. And because of that, the panel unanimously decided that the winner of the debate was side opposition, WOLMER'S boys. And I'm going to give the virtual audience some time to just see pin. The winner of the public vote for this debate was Campion College. The best speaker is the second opposition speaker. That's Andrew Coleman from WOLMER'S boys. I'd like to congratulate both teams for advancing this far in the competition, and I'd like to wish both teams the best going forward. Do have a wonderful day, and thank you for tuning in. Tech team, are we good? Okay. Debaters, do you guys have any questions?
No, not exactly.
Right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second semi-final match in the Full Republic Secondary Schools debate competition. In this match, on team proposition, we have the Montego Bay High School for girls, and on side opposition, we have Campion College. They'll be arguing the motion. This house would impose criminal liability on individuals who fail to assist a person in public danger. When doing so, place them, I would not place them risk. The judges today are myself, I'm Javon Henry. I will be chairing the round, and with me are Ronaldo Blake and Najani Stewart. The speakers, first to third speaker, will have 8 minutes, 7 minutes, and 5 minutes respectively to present their arguments. The first and last minute will be protected, which means that they cannot be asked points of information in their first and last minutes, but can be asked points of information anywhere in between. And after the first to third speaker on both teams have presented, we'll have reply speeches for 3 minutes, with the opposition team speaking first and then the proposition team closing the debate. Without further ado, we are ready to get going. And so I invite the first speaker on side proposition to open the debate.
Consider, there is a terrible motor vehicle accident. John, a bystander, goes up to the destroyed vehicle and proceeds to whip out his iPhone 13 Pro Max, go on a TikTok live and ask for tops and roses while recording the devastation which just occurred. Following this, dozens of bystanders record the incident, with not one of them calling the police nor offering any assistance, which has resulted in the victim's death. Esteemed judges, astute opponents, audience, good morning. The proposition stands resolute in affirming the moot that this house would impose criminal liability on individuals who fail to assist a person in danger. When doing so, would not place them at serious risk. Now, before we go in even further, allow me to define our key terms. This house believes that the term criminal liability refers to the legal responsibility for a crime. A crime, per the Jamaican Constitution, may be an act or an omission to act, which leads to an imposed penalty. Mr. Speaker, it is keen of you to note that criminal liability is not limited to jail time, but rather encompasses community service as well as fines. It is also integral that we define assist as any form of help. Danger, as any possibility denied of threat or harm, and serious risk as a high likelihood of jeopardy. In light of all this, Mr. Speaker, we must delineate the point that we are not telling Jamaicans to place themselves in danger. We are not telling John to jump into a time machine and rewind the accident. We are not even telling John adjudicators to run into the vehicle and magically remove the victims by way of advanced medical procedures. We ask that John calls the ambulance. We ask that John and the numbers of selfish persons recording move their vehicles whilst the ambulance come forth, or even call the police to intervene. Our proposal, Mr. Speaker, denied, is that the word assist reflects only the basic human decency that is sufficient to discharge a duty of care towards a fellow citizen in need. The opposition will, of course, misinterpret the motion and twist their fallacies to make it seem as though we are putting our citizens out of their way to be God. But that is simply not true. We do not claim, Mr. Speaker, our policy to transform civilians into panaceas for crime. What we do propose is that the degree of assistance necessary be wholly based on the reasonable man's assessment of the situation. We are not saying that Jamaicans should intervene and provide untrained first aid or otherwise put themselves at risk. We are saying that we should assist however we can. And if it puts us at serious risk, then we simply do not have to, since the moot has stated, when doing so, would not place them at serious risk. The opposition will also spread their misinformation by arguing how we plan to determine serious risk, since that may differ from person to person. What may be a serious risk to me might not be a serious risk to you. However, Mr. Speaker, to that we pose a counter argument. The current court system already addresses this. The Jamaican Constitution allows for subjective tests to determine whether the defendant would have what is called reasonably believed that if they rendered assistance, they would put themselves at serious risk. The opposition forgets, Mr. Speaker, that the law is cornerstoned by the legal maxim and principle, innocent until proven guilty. As such, not everyone who is brought before the court will be found guilty. The very nature of our legal system allows for an entire jury of the defendant's peers who bring morality and common sense to judge the facts of the case, which eliminates any concerns of harshness. In fact, some cases are even granted a specialized jury where trained professionals assess the merits of the case. Our argument is even further corroborated by the reasonable man test, which is a judicial standard of conduct used to determine liability, which, Mr. Speaker, defeats the opposition's coming point because the test brings a jury that will understand and relate to the situations of each defendant. The defendant will also be provided with a lawyer in keeping with principles of natural law. Therefore, depending on the facts of the case, the punishment will be administered accordingly. Adjudicators, what this all means is that there will be no confusion as per what the opposition will posit. There are already clearly defined and observed rules in Jamaican law about various meanings of serious risk. So the opposition has no excuse. The opposition will also boldly state, Mr. Speaker, that we are administering a harsh and crude law, but that is also a grave misinterpretation, seeing as though sentencing is not limited to lockups, and the sentencing is up to the discretion of the judge based on the gravity of the case. For example, community service and fines will be the predominant criminal sanctions, whereas imprisonment will be reserved for crimes of even greater offenses. There are even limitations to protect the interest of the citizen as to how much time they can spend in community service, along with a price ceiling for fines, and even for extreme cases, maximum limits for imprisonment. All this can be avoided by citizens exercising greater levels of compassion and observing the duty of care. This negates the possibility of any unjust rulings since these safeguards are in place to protect civilians. The opposition will also state that these laws will ricochet and have a negative effect on the safety of our people, but that is not true. As I have said, we do not expect citizens to blatantly inform. We know that Jamaica is a vindictive country. However, this is exactly why we need this proposal to defeat the inform of the dead mentality and ensure the safety of our people. Many more people have died from the opposition's current status quo than will ever occur in ours. There are systems in place to discreetly offer assistance. Take, for example, Crime Stop 311, which allows you to anonymously place reports. There is no way for criminals to know who reported them, and as such, cannot take vengeance. Let's say that someone's phone is being stolen. We are not saying to confront the thief. Run and seek assistance from the helpful men on the roadsides. Notify the victim with a discreet nudge or even an eye motion to let them see what is being done. Take a discreet picture of the thief to be circulated so it cannot be traced back to you. Or once again, even call the police or Crime Stop. If you feel you are at serious risk, you do not have to do anything. In closing, which is more important, the right to remain silent or the right to life? I assure you, no Jamaican has the right to die. With that, adjudicators, I implore you, make the move to ensure that Jamaicans' lives are sustainably protected. Stand with us as this House imposes criminal liability on individuals who fail to assist a person in danger, when doing so would not place them at serious risk. Hashtag Jamaican Lives Matter. I thank you.
Right, and I thank you for opening the presentation. And now I'll turn over to side opposition and invite the first opposition speaker.
A question I would have asked outside proposition in that first speech, had they taken any points of information, is would a person who, on clicking through to a GoFundMe page, finding that another Jamaican was at danger of dying due to some terminal heart disease, and having the money to donate to that fund, and not being at serious risk if they did, would that person be liable for criminal liability? Ladies and gentlemen, it's important before we get into this debate that we get a good grasp and understanding of the meaning and scope of emotion. The first thing to note, is that it's a policy motion. And since it's a law motion, we deserve to at least have a few questions answered that remain unanswered by this government. First, without a previously established relationship between two parties, how will we establish that one person failed to assist another person in danger? So you've defined your law so as to criminalize not calling Crime Stop or calling the ambulance. If you accept my hypothetical, maybe you criminalize not donating to charity. How will you identify these people is what we're asking without a previously established relationship. How will you evaluate also whether assisting would have placed someone at serious risk in a non-arbitrary way? This is an important point that I will make more forcefully later in my speech. But back to framing, let me clarify that this is not a debate that this is a debate about criminal law and not purely one about ethics, so that we could grant all of the opposition's moral grandstanding about, people losing their lives so far. And in fact, for the sake of this speech, I will. And yet they would still lose this debate because a sufficient connection has not yet been made between moral obligations and legal obligations. And it's basic legal philosophy that such a connection is not at all obvious. So for the sake of this speech, I'll grant all of that moral standing. In fact, the first proposition speaker didn't really come with any sort of substantive argument for why this law would be justified outside of that moral grandstanding. So I'll endorse temporarily the claim that every person who fails to assist someone in danger at little risk to themselves is morally reprehensible. And later in this debate, we'll opt to clarify a distinction between morally obligatory actions and morally supererogatory actions. But for now, the government's case should rely in principle on three propositions as follows. One is that helping those in danger at little risk to yourselves is morally obligatory, that the law should always force someone to engage in this kind of morally obligatory or admirable behavior, at least if there's no significant harm to the society, and that this law would successfully force people to help those in danger without significant harm to the society. If PROP is able to do all three in tandem, convincingly, then they win the debate. But if we can erect a sufficient challenge to one or more of these claims, then we win this debate. They haven't laid it out as elaborately yet, so we wait on them to do so. But anyways, let's take proposition 2, the notion that the law should always force people to engage in behavior that's morally admirable or morally obligatory. We reject this notion on account of individual rights. So surely we can grant to the opposition, like we said, their moral grandstanding, and we can grant that, generally speaking, the project of the law is to best as possible
And pause the clock, please, Najani.
human rights. With this preface, we argue this policy would violate the most basic human rights, that is, the right to bodily autonomy. The idea of bodily autonomy is that the state cannot use or violate a person's agency and autonomy. Consider the case of McFall versus Shimp in the US, where McFall tried to through court, force his cousin Shimp, who had bone marrow, which would aid McFall, who had a fatal bone marrow disease, to donate that bone marrow. And he failed to do so because the state recognized that even though we may consider the Shimp morally reprehensible for not donating this to McFall, who is in significant danger of losing his life, the state must also honor its duty to protect the individual rights, that of bodily autonomy in this case. So bodily autonomy, so we cannot compel someone to perform, so that shows us that we can't compel someone to perform life-saving treatments, and in the same way, we can't compel someone to assist in rescuing a person in danger. That takes me to the next proposition, the notion that this law would effectively work, 1, by getting the government's intended benefits, while 2, avoiding other harms. I will in kind respond to this proposition in 2 substantive arguments. The first is that this law would actually not work effectively to get the government's intended benefits because it's actually too arbitrary. And we identify 3 critical parts of the motion that render this proposal arbitrary to the point of ineffectiveness. 1 is fail to assist. So Prop said they define this as any, like we said, this succumbs of failing to account for certain cases that we would consider absurd, like the case of donating to charity, which someone could obviously provide some help for. But the second is person in danger How can we entrust people to evaluate sufficiently whether a person is in danger, especially when there's this backdrop of a threat of criminal liability that's upon them? So lots of people who would otherwise help people in danger will not want to do so because they will evaluate that the person is not in significant enough danger for them to assist because they'd risk contributing negatively to that person. But then the third is serious risk. Now, the proposition focused a lot on serious risk, but what it didn't identify, what it didn't explain is how exactly a person will understand this threshold for serious risk before the commission of a crime. And these arbitrary phrases are problematic because they would make cases way too difficult to prosecute, a problem that would further compound the backlog in our criminal justice system with cases that can hardly be won. I heard a reference to acts of omission there, but understand that usually when not accepted at this time. Usually, when we deal with acts of omission in criminal law, it's in specified categories. In fact, we have about 5 categories for which failure to act acts of omission, and those are things like being in a public office, having a professional relationship, having a contractual relationship with somebody, having a previously agreed upon relationship with somebody, and aiding. This is way too broad to fit arbitrariness, like we're explaining to you. Understand under the common law. In fact, that's why no common law country takes this blatantly broad bad Samaritan law that the government is proposing. But the second substantive here is that this law would not effectively work to avoid other harm because it would incentivize too many negative social effects. Let's get right into the harmful effects this law would catalyze against the society.
So I've paused the clock, but I think we need to hear him repeat at that point that he was about to begin.
Yeah, man. Ronaldino, could you probably turn off your camera? Maybe that will help. I think Ronaldino has fallen off, so giving him 2 minutes to get back on while his team members also please try to contact him. Najani, could you tell me what the rough timestamp is when we lost Ronaldino?
All right, so he has 1 minute 58 seconds on the clock.
1 minute and 15?
58 seconds.
1 minute 58, okay. Have any other team members been able to get in touch with Ronaldino? Right. Najani, Ronaldo, the protocol here would be that we could allow a team member to complete Ronaldinho's speech.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Waiting another, using our immense level of discretion and waiting another 15 seconds. Or so. It seems we've lost Ronaldinho. We're not getting in touch. So Abraham or Jada, one of you can complete the remaining 1 minute and 58 seconds that is on the clock for Ronaldinho. That's you, Abraham, or Jada. That's Abraham. You'll go ahead. Which one are you, sorry?
Jada.
All right. So Najani, we're going to resume the clock with the 1 minute 58 seconds and allow Jada to complete for Ronaldinho.
All right, no problem.
We'll resume the clock when you start speaking, Jada.
Okay. Let's get right into the harmful effects this law would catalyze against the society. First, many would-be rescuers would unintentionally injure the person they intend to rescue, fail at completing the rescue, or injure and possibly kill themselves while trying to assist the person in danger. This is because they would presumably not have the training required to make certain rescues. Now, it is possible that in some cases, the would-be rescuer does not need to provide some extraordinary assistance to the one in danger, but the unwelcome burden the law creates in addition to its arbitrariness would at least encourage disproportionately risky behavior. It would encourage risky behavior on the part of people who put themselves in danger because they are to some extent guaranteed some unwilling insurers of this risk. And it would encourage risky behavior on the part of good Samaritans, too fearful of potential criminal liability they might face for failing to rescue. Finally, it would encourage some criminal exploitation because people like robbers and rapists would be incentivized to pose as people in danger, luring in unsuspected good Samaritans. We take it to be self-evident that such a law should only be enacted if it has better consequences overall. So if we've shown you that this law wouldn't work effectively and would incentivize grave and numerous harms, then pursuing it amounts to a policy making of insanity. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. First, opposition speaker and teammate for chiming in, and thanks for to the entire room for your patience and understanding. At this time, I'll invite the second proposition speaker to continue the debate for side proposition.
Opposition, you have not accepted any points of information throughout your propaganda. A heart attack is not a crime. How are we to hold natural cause criminally liable? It is obvious that you do not understand our legal framework. How is morality not a necessity of this argument when the bone marrow of our laws, our very constitution, stands behind morality? Opposition, you are not listening. We did provide substantives. Our policies reduce crimes, ensure the safeguards of right to life, and combat moral disparity. You are not listening. We have stated the assessed issues of serious risk and its arbitrary nature, but that is blatantly false. We have stated it. We have went in depth about natural justice and the reasonable man. With that, I ask you, what sets apart the mentality of a killer from that of a passive bystander who lets another person's fundamental right to life fade away? If John pointed a gun to your head, he is liable. If he crashed his car into yours, he is held liable. But if he sees you heading into danger and not even yell or shout, if he sees you smearing blood, no, screaming in agony as your right to property, your right to life is in peril, he is not criminally liable, ladies and gentlemen. In layman's terms, he is the killer who walks free. The law is built on the principle of preventing crime. If we are expected not to cause crime, we must be obliged to prevent it. Keen adjudicators, profound audience, members of the opposition, good morning. The proposition stands firm in believing this House would impose criminal liability on individuals who fail to assist a person in danger when doing so would not place them at serious risk. Now, the opposition may attempt to impale your minds with the idea that this law will infringe on your rights and become a burden to society with legal complexities and may exploit criminals. But let us kill these arguments on this very Zoom platform. The law is not about protecting those who choose to turn a blind eye to someone in peril. It is about holding them accountable for their indifference. Should we allow the callous inaction to go unpunished while another person's right to life hang in balance? The proposition scoffs at such an idea. Imposing criminal liability under the fundamental principle of any just and democratic society is justified by holding bystanders accountable for assisting those in what they perceive as a non-riscal danger. Regardless of personal factors, Jamaica reinforces the crucial aspect of our legal system, morality. This principle creates a leveling playing
Point of
field.
information.
No, everyone is held to the same standard of conduct. By making assistance a legal duty, we emphasize that social responsibility is universal. It is a universal obligation that transcends individuals' differences. Furthermore, ensuring equal treatment under the law bolsters public trust in the legal system. When people perceive that the law applies fairly and impartially to all, it enhances confidence in our justice system. By holding everyone accountable for assisting those in danger, the law enforces the notion that justice is blind and the fundamental values of equity and human rights are paramount. Adjudicators, by inscribing the moral obligation into the crevices of our constitution, we target the mens rea, the deliberate inaction, not the unintentional mistakes
Point of
or
information.
the unforeseen challenges. Good Samaritans should not worry about the law opposition. It is the people who seriously choose not to assist. The people who callously post those videos on social media. The people who hit and run. The people who choose to remain indifferent to the moot itself. Countries like France, Germany, and Italy have employed the concept of criminal liability for non-assistance. Through failure to assist a person in danger laws, these laws impose criminal penalties on individuals who fail to assist someone in peril, when they can do so without endangering themselves. The objective is to promote assistance, leading to faster response times and potentially saving lives in emergencies. Furthermore, if bystanders are aware that they may face criminal liability for not assisting in situations where they can do so safely, they are more likely to spring into action immediately. This heightened responsiveness can be essentially critical in emergencies where every second holds immense significance. Such accidents such as medical crises or instances of violence, as the first speaker has stated
Point of
clearly.
information.
No, by encouraging individuals to intervene promptly, the law can significantly reduce response times, allowing help to reach those who need it faster. Quicker responses can lead to better outcome for victims as they receive timely assistance and support. The fear of legal consequences will act as a deterrent for potential onlookers for exasperating the situation or engaging in harmful behavior such as posting these same videos on social media for taps and roses. When people know that they might be held accountable for not helping or even making matters worse, they are less likely to engage in negligent or harmful conduct. Honorable host, let us rise above the mediocrity of being seen but not heard. The implication of this law will ensure that everyone is seen and heard. The danger will be seen and peril rights of the victims will be heard and they will be answered. The willful inactions will be seen by the law and the injustice will be heard by the jury,
Point of information.
as you know, and the judges. This law epitomizes the essence of a just democratic society, adjudicators, where individuals are held accountable for their inactions and actions, fostering a culture of
1
compassion,
minute.
responsibility, and timely assistance. Let us wholeheartedly embrace the proposition and bask in the glory of a safer and more caring Jamaica. Thank you, and may our enlightenment enlighten the non-listening opposition. I thank you.
Thank you very much, second proposition speaker, for your remarks. And now I'll invite the second opposition speaker. Here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I confidently return to further the opposition's case against the motion. In this speech, I will reiterate my first speaker's case, offer clarification on issues regarding the case, respond to the arguments presented by the proposition, and present two new substantive points to build on the opposition's case. Let me remind you that we are not here to debate whether or not it is morally reprehensible to ignore a person in danger when saving them poses no serious risk, but instead the fairness of attaching criminal liability to the act. Despite the proposition's hyperfixation on treating this legal topic as a moral disagreement, our first speaker has already addressed their moral concern by establishing that the law's function is not to condemn the morally reprehensible, but to ensure justice, maintain order, and to protect individual rights, a function which the proposition's policy compromises. Our proposition countlessly ignores the distinction between law and morality. And by the way, the proposition asks the distinction between murder and not assisting a person in danger. Causation is the distinction between murder and the motion. Additionally, our first speaker has highlighted the arbitrary flaws of the motion. The proposition supports a motion which requires them to apply an objective standard of risk, since criminal liability is based on a standard of objectivity which must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt to the subjective minds of persons who have various views regarding how risky a situation may be to them. The claim that the current court system allows for a subjective test is not entirely accurate. While it is true that some aspects of legal process involve subjective judgments, the overall structure of the court system is designed to ensure fairness and objectivity. Also, it is necessary to highlight that there is a difference between the act of omission, which the proposition mentioned, and the motion that the proposition supports. An act of omission occurs when the defendant fails to perform a legal duty that is expected by virtue of professional relationships, public positions, care that has already been consented to, or other duties to the law enforcement. The act of ignoring a stranger does not fall under this category at all, as there is no relationship between the two strangers. Unlike acts of omission, bad Samaritan laws potentially make strangers liable for the risky actions of other strangers. Therefore, the burden of the proposition is not to tell us that strangers who ignore people in danger are selfish. We already know that, but rather to explain to us why we should ignore the legal values of causation and the protection of individual rights to support this motion, and explain the arbitrariness of their policy. I will argue that the motion is simply not an efficient way of achieving the proposition's goal of saving lives or promoting altruism, and also highlight that our counter policy, Good Samaritan law, is actually more efficient in achieving the proposition's objectives. While the proposition promotes the effective nature of bad Samaritan laws, they fail to account for the actual cost of imposing such a liability rule. Inevitably, the actual cost of investigating those who fail to rescue a stranger, as well as prosecuting them, will be quite high. For example, if 100 persons witness a person drowning on a beach but make no attempts to rescue, are we then to incur the cost of investigating and prosecuting all 100 persons? Would it not be a better allocation of funds, especially in Jamaica where funds are limited, to invest in more professional personnel, in this case lifeguards, to ensure a more likely and effective rescue? Similarly, in the infamous Genovese murder case in which a woman was stabbed to death near her home, would it not be more beneficial for society or the safety of that community to invest in more security and patrol officers rather than to spend those funds on proving the criminal liability of 38 witnesses? It is clear that both sides of this debate care about the welfare of society and the preservation of life, but the proposition has not considered that bad Samaritan laws are simply not the most efficient way of achieving their goal. Prevention, not punishment, is more effective. Additionally, the objective of this law is to promote altruism, bad Samaritan laws are also inefficient in achieving this. First of all, I would contend that bad Samaritan laws are not necessary in promoting altruism at all. There are countless examples of persons who volunteer to help those who are in danger due to natural disaster or those who are homeless for no other benefit than aiding someone in need without the threat of criminal liability. According to the Council of Voluntary Social Services, in Jamaica, despite the dwindling resources, volunteerism in the island is very much alive and continues to grow each year. And most recently, researchers from the UK Lancaster University captured a series of real-life conflicts on surveillance cameras and found that at least one person in the vicinity came forward to help about 90% of the time, which suggests that humans have a strong desire to resolve conflicts and help those in need. So it is evident for the most part, criminal liability is an unnecessary motivation for altruism. It would be more worthwhile to incentivize goodwill rather than forcing people into acting, since forcing people to act causes more harm than good and results in people who are ill-equipped to rescue attempting to do so under fear of criminal liability. But for the point of discussion, let us say that these laws are clearly not meant to target those who are already altruistic, but the cowardly and selfish people who ignore those in danger. Ultimately, this has the opposite effect than desired. The proposition believes that by use of criminal liability, morally reprehensible people will be incentivized to do the upright thing and help the person in need. However, there is also the grave possibility that those morally depraved persons would simply make a conscious effort to avoid situations in which they might have to rescue a victim. For example, a professional swimmer might avoid public pools at the beach because he does not want to be held criminally liable for neglecting his duty to act, and people who are wealthy can simply access private beaches or hire astounding lawyers to prevent such punishment. So their point about the defendant having access to a lawyer is unfair because the wealthy can simply have access to better lawyers. And so there's a likelihood that more people would be valuable in ensuring an effective rescue might avoid the situation entirely, which is the complete opposite of the desired effect of the proposition. This flaw highlights the strength of the opposition's counter policy, which is Good Samaritan law. We have already established that it is more effective to incentivize goodwill rather than forcing people into action, which is exactly what our policy does in preventing the risk of criminal liability when one injures the victim at an attempted rescue. Bad Samaritan laws may bring about more rescues, but our policy actually saves more lives, which is the real goal. In conclusion, not only is the motion too arbitrary to be enacted, it is also not as efficient at saving lives as the proposition presents it to be. The cost of investigating and prosecuting the breakers of these laws would simply be more effective if they went toward preventative measures as such as hiring professional help, if the goal is actually to save lives. Plus, incurring the cost seems absurd considering the fact that majority of citizens are likely to aid a person in need without motivation of criminal liability anyway. The goal is not to generate more rescues, but to save more lives. And the opposition's counter policy, the Good Samaritan law, offers far more incentive for capable volunteers to save lives as opposed to forcing ill-equipped persons into attempting a rescue under the fear of criminal liability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, second contribution to this debate. And now I'd like to invite the third proposition speaker. Here.
Good afternoon. Now to counter the opposition's arguments. Our subjectivity works in tandem with objectivity of the court. So your point should be utterly disregarded. The jury is the judge of the facts and the judge is the judge of the law. These two work together to make a suitable judging of each issue. Criminal liability is a deterrent strategy. So the issue of financing is an issue in your status quo because they know of the legal ramifications of their actions, so they will no longer omit to act in mind of the charges that will happen if they do so. We have witnesses, we have CCTVs, we have Crime Stop 311 to counter the issue of capturing those who get away from immediate crimes. We also have specialized jury and other professionals to note each issue that happens. Okay, so the proposition does not expect every citizen to become modern-day Superman, to swoop in and pull a person from a burning building or jump in front of a bullet. Instead, what society expects is for individuals to offer assistance to their fellow man in any way they can when they witness danger, whilst also not putting themselves in danger. This is the moral responsibility of man, and this is an ethical obligation. Please bear in mind that morality works hand in hand with the law. So we are not completely disregarding the law as set by your second speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and respected opponents, good afternoon.
Point?
As members of a society, we have a moral and ethical duty to help those in need when we can do so without endangering ourselves. Criminalizing non-assistance reinforces the importance of compassion and responsibility towards fellow citizens. Esteemed audience, please bear with me for a moment. Allow me to present a scenario involving John, who becomes a witness to an accident. A lady has lost control of her vehicle, crashing into a tree, resulting in the car catching a fire, with the woman and her child trapped inside, crying for help. On the same route, Emilia, another motorist, is also present and witnessing the situation. John happens to have a fire extinguisher in his car, a crucial tool for every motorist to possess. But instead of offering assistance, he decides to record the scene with his phone, assuming that Emilia will help, thus presenting the bystander effect. John could have called the police. John could have put out the fire. But you know what John did? John recorded, anticipating that it will garner a significant number of views. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a reality of the society we live in today, the sheer degradation of moral values. It is disheartening that some individuals prioritize capturing the aftermath of accidents
Point of information?
Not accepted at this time for social media rather than taking immediate action or clearing the way for relevant authorities to access the scene promptly. The opposing side may argue that individuals should have the freedom to choose whether they want to assist in a situation or not. However, as the proposition, we firmly believe that society has become desensitized due to the influence of the media. The constant exposure to sensationalized content has numbed people's conscience, leading them to prioritize self-preservation with an every man for themselves mentality. When the prevailing mindset becomes every man for himself, it erodes the moral fabric of society, ultimately fostering an uncivilized environment. Unless we take measures to encourage people to act responsibly, we risk further diminishing the thread of humanity that remains. By introducing the idea of criminal liability for failing to assist in emergencies, we can reestablish a sense of accountability and empathy. This initiative could motivate individuals to prioritize the well-being of others over their personal gain. Holding people legally responsible for their inaction may lead to a greater chance of restoring the compassion and solidarity necessary for a cohesive and humane society. Many have argued that the law to instigate moral obligation is a foreign concept. However, it is important to note that the implementation of the Good Samaritan Clause is not a recent concept, having been in effect since 2012. Countries such as France, Brazil, Belgium, and Austria have already tested this approach, proving its effectiveness. To address potential issues, there have been proactive measures such as crafting clearer, more specific language in the laws, ensuring consistent interpretation, and expanding the coverage to include a broader range of scenarios and professions. Additionally, government agencies and organizations conduct public awareness campaigns to educate people about the intent and scope of Good Samaritan laws, helping to alleviate fear and promote responsible actions. These efforts have collectively enhanced the legal protection provided to those who offer assistance, making the implementation of Good Samaritan laws more effective and beneficial. Our model will adopt a comparable model to previous implementations, aiming to mitigate potential issues that may arise from change. So my fellow Jamaicans, let us embrace change with the wisdom of poet Anatole Francis, who rightly proclaimed, if we do not change, we do not grow. In building a free society, we must recognize the significance of people who intervene in moments of crisis. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, third proposition speaker, for your remarks. And now I'd like to invite the third opposition speaker. Here.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and respected opposition, I stand before you today as the third speaker in opposition of the motion. This House would impose criminal liability on individuals who fail to assist a person in danger when doing so would not place them at serious risk. It is essential to stress our strong conviction that maintaining a clear distinction between moral obligation and legal obligations is crucial during the course of this debate. This stands as one of the most significant points of contention within our ongoing discussion. Before I continue, let me once again emphasize that this discussion does not revolve around whether it is morally wrong to neglect a person in peril. when rescuing them does not involve significant danger. Instead, our focus lies on examining the equity of attributing criminal responsibility to such an action. In any case, my speech will show that the proposition fails even on moral terms. As the third speaker, my role is to reinforce and elaborate on the arguments put forth by my fellow teammates that deserve great consideration, while also tackling the main points of contention.
1 minute.
Let's recognize quickly that the government just conceded the debate entirely by outlining the benefits of the Good Samaritan laws, like liability protections, which we advocate for, rather than Bad Samaritan laws, which they are burdened with defending. Unbelievably, they were so close to getting the point. The first glaring issue that have blatantly been ignored by the implementation, my apologies, the first glaring issue that they have blatantly ignored is the implementation of the legal action itself. They themselves have put forth no comprehensive way to deal with this present issue, as they themselves know that this cannot be done. This is due to the complexity of real-life situations, as previously stated by our first speaker. Crafting comprehensive laws that address all possible scenarios where assistance might be expected is just plain unrealistic. Every situation is unique, influenced by various factors such as the location, nature of the danger, the capabilities of the individuals involved, and the available resources. Attempting to legislate specific action in every conceivable circumstance is a daunting task that could result in ambiguous, impractical, contradictory laws. Moreover, determining when assistance should be considered obligatory and when it should not can be a subjective and intricate process, often dependent on context and personal judgment, as briefly addressed by our first speaker. The opposition overlooks the various circumstances that individuals potentially face in such situations. Emphasizing education, empathy, and ethical discussions in society would be a more pragmatic approach in fostering a compassionate and responsible community. The second glaring issue that I must address is the fact that we need to also take into account the crucial aspect of differentiating between moral obligations and legal obligations, as we have worked to achieve throughout the entirety of our arguments. While there might be a strong moral duty to aid those in need, trying to enforce this responsibility through legal measures would be a very contentious and virtually impossible endeavor. Morality is inherently subjective, shaped by diverse cultural, religious, and personal beliefs. What one person perceives as a moral duty, another may interpret differently. Introducing criminal liability for failure to assist based on a specific moral code would infringe upon individual autonomy and freedom of choice, a basic human right. A more constructive approach, however, that we put forth is the fostering of genuine solidarity and responsible citizenship. This involves encouraging a culture of caring through a series of benefits that were previously outlined. Additionally, the opposition strives to argue for moral obligations of individuals. Additionally, the opposition strives to argue for the moral obligation of individuals who choose to not assist others in peril, where there is no risk involved for them. However, we firmly reject conceding even this point, as our first speaker previously asserted. While we recognize that certain scenarios may indeed render a person morally reprehensible for not intervening, in other cases, labeling these individuals as morally reprehensible would be excessive and counterintuitive. Cases wherein the person failing to help someone in danger would incur significant costs but not risks, lack proper equipment, risk the safety of others but not themselves, or wherein the person is in danger becomes the one, my apologies, or wherein the person in danger came to be in danger because of their own negligence, or after aggressing upon the would-be rescuer. There would exist no obligation for a person to assist in such scenarios. Instead, such actions should be classified as supererogatory, meaning they go beyond what is morally required. To exemplify this idea, let us consider the concept of donating to charity. Would it be fair to deem someone morally reprehensible for not donating to charity? Certainly not. The proposition asserts the implementation of specific measures, including providing legal representation for accused individuals. Mr. Speaker, we urge you to support and embrace a more thoughtful and constructive approach to promoting a caring and responsible society. The opposition rests.
Thank you very much, third opposition speaker, for your remarks. Now we'll pause for a minute. So, Najani, if you could just get us a minute on the clock to allow the speakers to prepare their reply presentations. In a minute, we'll take opposition and then proposition.
Are you hearing me on this?
We are hearing you, Ronaldinho.
All right, 1 minute has elapsed.
All right, thanks much. So now I'll invite the opposition reply speaker to close the opposition's case. You sound very muffled. Try to say
Right.
something again, Ronaldinho.
All right. Okay, hold on. Hello?
Yeah, just say another word or so.
I was trying to see if I can
All right,
talk.
you sound, we can hear you now. So if you can keep it that device and position, we can go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Please stop me if like it happens again. Okay. Let me just get my stopwatch.
You should go ahead now, Ronaldinho. We might have lost Ronaldinho again. So we can wait 2 minutes again. If not, then if we don't get back Ronaldinho, then we just have to go ahead with the second speaker doing the reply. Are you here with us?
Hello? Yeah, are you hearing me from this?
Yes, can you just go right ahead and hopefully it don't drop out?
Okay. 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 The government started this debate by telling you that we have a moral crisis on our hands where people are dying. And then we clarified what the government needed to prove, which was more than explaining a moral crisis. First, they did need to explain why failing to assist someone in danger always amounts to a moral crime. And then later on in the debate, we told you the difference between moral obligations and what would amount to moral virtues, that there's some instances of failing to assist someone in danger that are morally condemnatory, but some that aren't. And they really haven't addressed this distinction. But more importantly, more relevant to this law debate, we told you that they need to justify their connection between moral obligations and legal obligations. Obviously, there are things that are immoral but not illegal, like lying to your friends, and there are things that are illegal but not immoral, like breaking apartheid laws back in South Africa. So, but they failed to make that connection, and their only response has been that morality and law go hand in hand, which we agree to. We agree morality is instructive towards law, but law must also account for other things outside of morality, like individual rights. So we gave you that this breaks an individual right, which is the right to bodily autonomy. And we gave you why that's a problem. But finally, we told you that they actually need to prove that this law would work effectively. And we attacked this on 3 grounds. First, it's way too arbitrary. And the arbitrariness problem has not been solved because we still don't know how a person would necessarily be able to evaluate when a situation is risky enough for them to act in. And we told you furthermore that would deter lots of them from acting anyways, just that problem of arbitrariness. But we also told you that there's a problem of effectiveness from the point of the criminal justice system, which would find it very difficult to prosecute these cases because of that arbitrariness problem, and add to the massive caseload that we already have in this country, compounding a worse problem that would be a negative harm. But then we told you of these other groups of harms that it would cause to the society, including incentivizing criminals to lure in unsuspecting strangers, including incentivizing people to act and cause worse risks to both people, the person in danger, and to others, even though not necessarily to themselves. And then we gave you a counter policy of Good Samaritan laws, which work better than Bad Samaritan laws. And the government actually agreed to that, because later in their third speech, they actually told you that Good Samaritan laws work effectively at incentivizing, at encouraging moral behavior on the part of people who would who would be willing and able to act in these situations. And then, and so the problem then is that they've conceded the debate because their burden is to prove Bad Samaritan laws, which is criminal liability. What they gave you is liability protections, that those are significantly beneficial, which we completely agree with and we endorse. And what we say is Bad Samaritan laws would catalyze all these catastrophic effects and harms, and that Good Samaritan laws would work much more effectively at achieving even the benefits, even the moral benefits that they want to see achieved. They've failed to address the relevant issues of this debate and sought to win on purely moral grandstanding.
Thank you very much, Reply Speaker, for closing the opposition side. And now to close the round, I invite the proposition Reply Speaker. Here.
Adjudicators, the opposition has gravely misunderstood the motion before us today. The mote itself addresses both legal and ethical issues. So how can they state that we should completely dismiss moral duty? Stealing, killing, and raping are moral issues as well as legal issues. Are we then to allow rapists, killers, and thieves to roam free simply because morality is involved? Rubbish. Our policy also does not infringe on freedom of choice nor liberty, because we stated citizens have the ability to choose what they determine a risk. However, we are legally holding them accountable to their obligation as citizens. But the opposition refuses to acknowledge their blatant lack of valid arguments, since they do not understand that Good Samaritan laws bolster our claim. Our lie applies fairly and impartially regardless of who is before the court. Dicey's rule of law is held at large. Accountability is ensured. Where is the altruism you wrongly propagate? We have already established that there is a difference between moral and legal obligation. We have outlined the importance of both and the fact that we utilize both in our legal system. Our policy maintains a balance in our status quo with the inclusion of the reasonable man test to ensure fairness. And this addresses your concern of arbitrariness in serious risk. You simply do not understand the mood. We propose an observed duty of care towards our civilians to ensure their combined benefits and continued enforcement of their right to life. We stress again, if it is that you perceive yourself to be in serious risk, you do not have to intervene. And serious risk is defined and assessed through various means in the legal process, as we had stated, the reasonable man test. And government policies will also conduct public awareness campaigns to educate people about the Good Samaritan laws. Per the financing issue, the public will be informed of the legal ramifications, and as such will do their duty as citizens. This is a deterrent strategy that works effectively in France, Italy, Germany, Belgium, Austria, and the list continues. Why not Jamaica? We are educated about Good Samaritans in our law, our religion, our schools, so we already need to work. The opposition postulates that Jamaica should be in a continued stride of moral degradation. Not only that, but they wish to enforce a right to death, since they have stressed their non-conformance due to claims of jungle justice. But our system addresses this. The fear of legal consequences will act as a deterrent. The imposition of criminal liability allows for quicker responses to immediate dangers and faster calls to emergencies. They state that citizens should have a right to choose, but I pose to you this question: how valuable are your choices if you are not alive to make them? Our country is desensitized. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I pose to you these questions. Will imposing this liability allow for an upliftment of our moral duty and social contract? Yes. Will it avoid the bystander effect? Yes. Will it ensure accountability? Yes. Most importantly, will it preserve human life? Yes. Adjudicators, for these reasons, the opposition has failed to compromise our argument. In closing, I leave with you these real-life Jamaican occurrences. That rather than rushing to the aid of a civilian, experiencing an excruciatingly painful death, instead, Jamaicans smile cynically with a race phone, glad to gain likes for their later Instagram posts. For this reason, we fairly affirm that this House would impose criminal liability. Picture yourself in that situation, alone, dying, and plastered on the media for all to see and none to help. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Reply Speaker on-site proposition, and thank you to all the debaters for a spirited and exciting round. The judges are going to move to the room B, and then we'll get back to you as quickly as possible. So hang tight, debaters. We'll be back with your results soon. Adjudicators, meet me in the deliberation room B, please.
Remember, I can't move Javon, so please, like, help me to move over.
Okay. 5, 4, 3. All right, welcome back, everyone. It's been a great day of debates. In this round, we had on-side proposition, Montego Bay High School for Girls, and on-side opposition, Campion College. And the motion that was debated was this House would impose criminal liability on individuals who fail to assist a person in danger when doing so would not place them at serious risk. This was a good debate. I think the panel, we had a great time discussing the debate, but we also thought it was a high quality and high scoring debate, which is always good to know. In the interest of time, I will keep my commentary and my points of explanation relatively succinct. After the match, persons can probably reach out to me via email or through Ravon or Jermaine if they need additional clarification about anything. So, side proposition tells us that we are in a situation where not enough persons are helping when they can help their fellow citizen, and that a law like this, where we make it a requirement for persons to help each other when it is reasonably safe to do so, would be a good idea. And when persons do not do that, there will be some kind of a criminal penalty. Proposition does well to not raise the criminal penalty to say that it's always going to be jail time, but tells us that in the vast majority of cases, that will look like something like community service or some type of monetary fine. So basically saying that, we want to ensure that it is an incentive or a disincentive for you to not help, but at the same time, we're not necessarily going to always be throwing people into jail, and then discuss about the serious risk, and that, there would be a legal system which allow persons to be assessed on the extent to which they were reasonably able to help and whether or not they would have put themselves at serious risk, and that the court system has other precedents for which they are able to assess such situations. And indeed, that can happen. And in doing so, we will have a society where more people will help, and we will not necessarily have you have a culture of helping and less so a culture of beating down on persons who are informed, so to speak. Opposition gives us some response. Opposition response basically has two parts at the start, at first opposition. On one hand, opposition is telling us that, well, this law is going to be way too subjective. It's going to be hard to assess, when someone can reasonably help, and it's going to be hard to tell, well, does the person have the ability to distinguish themselves when it is a situation that they would not put themselves at serious risk, or even if not themselves, put the person who are there trying to assist at further risk, given that, majority of people aren't trained professionals to deal with emergency and trauma situations, which is, so that was one level of defense or attack at opposition. So that, this is going to be difficult to work because really and truly not everybody can make these assessments, and it's going to be subjective and it's going to be tedious on the court processes. But proposition already preempted some of that in the sense that they would have suggested to us that there are other cases that, the court makes subjective decision on levels of reasonableness, on levels of situation where, someone could reasonably do something, or was their true intentions or their likely intentions to do something, and also said that, of course, we presume the person at first to be innocent. And so I think proposition kind of preempted some of that, in a sense. I mean, the aspect with regards to the person feeling compelled to help because they are fearful of legal punishment, and in doing so could further endanger the person they're helping, that part still stood. But I think proposition did think about some of that. However, opposition used another line of attack, which we think was more effective, which was the whole idea of that, well, opposition says we can live in the world of proposition and believe that it's a morally good thing in most cases to help people. All right, cool, yeah, we should help when we can help. But there's a difference between that moral obligation, perhaps, or moral duty, and what rises to the threshold of being something that should be legally compelled. And I thought that was perhaps, and the panel as a whole thought that was perhaps a very compelling argument, because not because something is a good thing to do means that we should use the law to compel people to do so. And especially talking about situations where there's not a relationship between the persons, and people have their own rights and freedoms and autonomy to do what they would really want to do. And therefore, to compel someone who doesn't have a professional or fiduciary obligation over someone else to do something to help them out of, being a moral thing, doesn't rise to the threshold of being something that should be legally codified. And I think throughout the debate, proposition tried to respond in a sense to say that what is a good thing to do, and there, we do legal things that are good, and basically saying we should treat the, not helping by omission just as if, someone had, done harm. And that is not necessarily an equivalence that in the mind of the judges was automatic, and so it's not that proper. We didn't get that opposition was saying morality don't matter, but basically saying that even though something is morally correct, to rise it to the threshold of something that is legal and carries criminal punishment, especially between persons who are perhaps unrelated and would not necessarily have a legal obligation otherwise to each other, that's kind of tricky. And so we wanted proposition to give us a bit more to say, how do we move from moral responsibility into legal obligation and bridge that gap a little bit more? We don't think proposition did enough to bridge that gap in that particular clash. Perhaps we could talk about other cases where people who are unrelated have obligation, perhaps in cases of like child abuse and things where they have mandatory reporting or something like that, to try to bridge the gap and make more connections as to why we should treat with these situations like this. But we didn't think that that gap was properly bridged from morality to legality. And it's not to say that the two aren't related, but that legality requires, further steps beyond just having some form of moral obligation. We did think, though, that there was some attempt on proposition to tell us that, people aren't helping and people should help more. And then, some people have become desensitized to harm, and so there's the culture of help. But opposition response, particularly second opposition, tell us that actually most will help when they can. And it is the persons who are coward or selfish who can't help. Those most people. No, to rank arguments like that. One side is telling you that most people go on the phone and take no help, and the other side is telling you that most people go help. The ones who don't help are the minority. It's hard for us as a panel to say, well, which one is the majority case without imposing our own thoughts. But the second opposition speaker didn't just leave it at saying that most people would help. She said to us that the people who won't help are probably selfish and coward, and therefore, even under this policy, if it were to be enacted, would probably try to avoid situations where they would be required to help. And therefore, they would not really fall under most situations where the law would need to be used. And by extension, said that there are some people who are able to insulate themselves from the situations by virtue of their wealth and that they access mostly private spaces. And so they would be pretty much insulated from needing to help when situations of trauma or people needing assistance happens in public, where they would be called upon to assist. And so that did some mitigatory work to say that, well, even if you implement this, some people might be able to escape this by virtue of their privilege and wealth, and by also reiterating that most people would probably help. But that one was difficult to weigh out, even though I think opposition did some job at highlighting those particular cases, but moreover told us about what about incentivizing good behavior. So rather than punishing people for not helping, why not incentivize as an alternative people who actually help and therefore encourage a culture of helpfulness? So we didn't get a response from proposition on the incentivization of good behavior. We never necessarily get a response from proposition with regards to the idea that there are some people who would avoid the situation and by virtue of their wealth, they may be able to insulate themselves from particular situations where this could come up. Further complicating that, I think side opposition had some analysis around court backlog and, what if you have multiple victims and multiple witnesses in a situation, multiple people who could reasonably help, and therefore, in a practical sense, how this could create further a court backlog, which is already a problem that we have. Heard proposition speaker, I think, tried to claw back some ground for proposition by going back to say it's not just about taking out your phone, and that kind of thing. It's about us being so used to the sensitization of criminal activity and bad behavior to the point where people have become numb, so much so that people will not necessarily want to help, and you actually need to create these type of disincentive to force people to help. Now, a lot of that characterization of the desensitization and the way in which people's conscience have become numb and everybody for themselves. A lot of that would be great characterization and context to put in the first speaker's speech. The first speaker did mention the pulling out of the phone rather than helping, but the greater fleshing out of that as an idea and as to why it is such a bad situation that we are in. That a lot of that came from third proposition, which is good material, but also very late down in the debate, which strategically probably wasn't the best option at that stage of the game. Yeah, and then going on to also tell us about examples of countries where similar laws have worked. That was useful assistance from third proposition. A lot of the material that came from third prop felt like good context, good examples, good things to use to set the tone that would have been strategically better placed up in the proposition at the top of the speech in the first proposition. So towards the end, the thing that really weighed into this debate ultimately in making the decision is that it's not the idea of, it's hard to tell who will win as to whether or not people are more willing to help or more not willing to help in status quo. It's hard to weigh up some of the other issues in the debate. It was hard to weigh up some of the issues regarding the subjectivity and the objectivity of court. It does seem like courts tend to be to mix both, and I think proposition probably characterized that towards the end of their speech in a better way and preempted that. But the ultimate thing that was most decisive was the idea of moving from that moral realm to something that would become a legal matter. And on that matter, we think opposition asked enough questions and raised enough concerns about why it is that on a moral level, even if something is right, it doesn't necessarily compel the law to force someone to do something. Not enough responses were offered on the matters of bodily autonomy, not enough responses were offered on the matter of persons' individual freedom, and not enough response was offered in the case of really how does the law work in cases where people don't necessarily have a relationship and the duty is hard to establish, not to mention some of the other things that were raised by second speaker about how people would react and that probably some people would help anyway. So on balance, that being the biggest issue in the round that we needed to respond to, especially in a debate that is asking about making something into law. On those matters, it therefore left us with no option but to unanimously award the win in this debate to the side in opposition. So congratulations, Campion College. You took this round, but it was a great debate, high scoring match. Well done to Montego Bay High School for girls in proposition. Also like to say that interestingly, the public vote actually went for side proposition. So the public vote actually went for Montego Bay High School. So congrats on winning the public vote. The public vote does mean that you get an additional 5 points, but unfortunately that 5 points would not have been enough to flip the round. And so even though you do get the additional 5 points, and let's see how important that is when the leaderboard comes out at the end of the day or tomorrow or whenever, it did not flip the decision. So the round still stands for side opposition, Campion College. And our best speaker in this round is the second speaker on the opposition side. That's Jada Garcia. You are the best speaker for the round. Congratulations. You did a very good job. All speakers did a very good job with a lot of confidence and a good style and good mannerisms. And I think this was a very, very, very good round. It's been a long morning that has gone into afternoon. So I believe we can exit this room in a second and go back to the main Zoom to see if there are any final announcements before we head off for the day. Look out for the leaderboard coming out of this round, because 2 teams will move on to the third place playoff and 2 teams will move on to the grand finals. So lots of excitement to come in this Full Republic Secondary Schools debate competition. Stay tuned.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm hearing you.
Is it possible for us to get the margin of the points?
It's going to be